Alright, testing 1 2, Sean Carter Villas. Okay. Hi, Sean Carter Villas. Sean Carter Villas. How are we sounding? Okay. Alright, so tell me when we're on, so I can start.
How is the setting space then?
Okay.
Lawrence, Tasha's on driving now.
That's why I want to try and go on right now. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Stephen.
Yeah.
Okay, just.
Camera 1, stand by.
2 seconds back.
Alright, so I can continue while you're setting this up because I'm not on camera. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Can I have a hand, please?
No record, yeah? Yeah, record. Yes.
Tied up onto the...
So welcome back to the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally, where we can see live footage. It is sponsored by Natasha Tundo and Chantal Young. The rally chicks, they're on at the moment. This is the Spectator stage, very spectacular scenery up here. We're near E10, right up here on the way from Eldoret. I'm Sean Carter Villas, of course, giving you this commentary courtesy of Liquid Telecom. Dramatic already this morning, the stories coming out of the rally. Ian Duncan, the only driver so far to have won the Safari Rally as a World Championship event back in 1994, the only driver who's currently driving to hold that title. He's out in the first section. He had a blown turbo. I understand he's got a spare turbo with him, but it would have taken them up to 2 hours to change that turbo, so he decided to cut his losses. And once again, bad luck hitting Ian. We saw what happened in the Nanyuki rally, where he had a puncture very early on in the rally, and that pretty much knocked him out of the running. These rallies so short these days that it's just a matter of seconds separating the drivers. Speaking of seconds, it was Tapio Laukkanen who won section 1, and he was just 1 second faster than Jassi Chate. Chate winning stage 2, but Tapia is still holding a 1 second lead over Jassi Chate. So just to give you the standings at the moment, 1 second, as I said, separating Tapio Laukkanen after stage 2. And in third place, Baldev Chaga, Rajbir Rai, who was the first one out on the road this morning. We do know when you're sweeping the road, the disadvantages that come with it. Of course, you're the one that has to face the cattle, any human traffic, also stones as well. You're pretty much clearing the road and the debris on the road for the other competitors. So it's always difficult. He was 4th fastest. Onka Rai, 5th fastest. Carl Tundo was 6th fastest. Manvir Barian in 7th place. Alright, so just to confirm, Jassi Chate, Tapio Laukkanen, Baldev Chaga, Rajbir Rai, Onka Rai, Carl Flash Tundo, and Manvir Barian. Alright, those are your standings at the moment. That's the latest we've got. The other story involves Fahaz Khan and Keith Henry just entering into the service park here. And their car switched off literally meters from the start of that. We'll have the pictures in just a moment. We managed to capture that. It was some form of electrical problem. We will, of course, let you know exactly what happened and whether they can fix that problem as they get underway. But we just saw the rally chicks out there in the spectator stage. Very, very beautiful out here in amongst the wheat fields. The soil very, very fertile, and I understand as well a lot of rain in the last week as well, just making it so green. Coming from Nairobi, just going through the Rift Valley, as you head towards Nakuru and then beyond Nakuru, a lot of greenery, just showing all the rain compared to Nairobi, which has been fairly dry recently. But a lot of dust today. The dust is incredible. We've seen it literally engulf the Liquid Telecom tent. I, by the way, am at the Nerve Center here where all the pictures are controlled. And a big thank you to all at Liquid Telecom for making this possible. Remember, we are the only rally in Africa that provides live coverage of the rally championship, any rally championship around Africa. And as we see Natasha Tundo, that is her, out, coming out. She will now be, of course, approaching. She'll be the one now approaching the service park. So she'll do a quick left turn. Now head towards the service park. Just past our tent, you can see our tent on the left here. And then some of the other tents just out here in the spectator stage. Beautiful, beautiful scenery, it has to be said. You can see the drone footage here overlooking the spectacular plains out here. So 36 cars started today. We know definitely Ian Duncan out at the moment, and of course we'll keep you up to date with any other incidents that happened during the rally. We just saw Fahaz Khan as well. They had an electrical problem, just meters, and they weren't allowed, nobody else was allowed to help them because they were out. But once they signed in, then people were able to help to push the car within the service park. But a blown turbo, that's such bad luck, honestly, for Ian Duncan. We know how meticulous he is with the car. So as you can see, the drone has landed. And one of the other cars out in the course, she wasn't happy apparently with her starting position. Natasha Tundo, she was only 27th out on the road, which is going to make it very difficult for her and Chantal Young. They would have to negotiate dust all day. And the competitors continuing out on the course. Just look at the dust, and the dust just literally pours over towards our tent. But luckily we're sealed from the dust here. And another hot day here today as well. Very, very hot. If you're coming out here, make sure you got some sun factor as well, just to protect your skin. It's very, very hot out here. And a cap or some form of headwear is essential as well. In a moment, we'll be showing you highlights from Control Section 1. We will, of course, have in-car footage from Control Section 1. And in just a moment, we'll find out what happened with Fahaz Khan and Keith Henry. That was really dramatic stuff as well. We'll have that in just a moment. We'll be back in just a moment. But and then also when you got GoPro footage, so that I can introduce it then. Yeah, when we're ready to start, I'll just say I'm ready. All right, so welcome back. Liquid Telecom's coverage of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. And you can see here myself and, of course, the rest of the Liquid Telecom crew. We are at the Nerve Center here at the Spectator stage for the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. Just to let you know, there's been another incident. Car number 77, that is the Subaru Impreza of Lodia and Kimeli. They've bowed out of the rally following a minor accident. Both driver and navigator are said to be fine. So we are here. You can just have a look around as well. Maybe if the camera can turn around just briefly and just show you. This is the hospitality tent of Liquid Telecom. They're just getting ready, of course. We're going to be having lunch here. Also have clients as well. This is what the tent looks like inside. We've had to actually block it. You're just seeing the blue in front of the camera. That is because of all the dust outside, but literally behind that blue is where the Spectator stage. We'll show you that in just a moment. And then, of course, the catering that's going to be happening here, we'll be having clients come in. But Liquid Telecom, they do this for every rally. Thank you very much. It's been absolutely brilliant. The sponsorship since they came in last year, and I've been involved right from the beginning when they started this sponsorship of the Kenya National Rally Championship. Liquid Telecom, of course, providing this hospitality for their clients, and of course sponsoring two drivers, Natasha Tundo and Chantal Young, the rally chicks, and also Ian Duncan. So we are back where I am here with the Liquid Telecom crew. This is the Nerve Center. This is how you get your coverage through YouTube. We are, of course, the only championship that is live and bringing you the results as they come. And of course, we'll let you know all the incidents as they happen. Just to let you know, Ian Duncan out this morning dramatically, his turbo blowing. How often does that happen? Of course, rally drivers are debating this and stakeholders as well. The most experienced driver in the championship, Ian Duncan, and of course winner of the Safari Rally 1994 when it was part of the WRC. The only driver still driving that's actually won the Safari Rally as a round of the World Rally Championship. He's very meticulous with his car. Of course, he is a mechanic as well by trade. He's got his garage, and you know, he, apart from rallying, he's riding motorcycles. He takes part in the rally raids. Ian's still very much active more than 30 years later in the motorsports world here, and of course taken part in many rallies overseas as well. So this is what's happening. This is the Nerve Center of Liquid Telecom, and of course we are grateful to them for providing this all these facilities here for the live coverage. So we go back now to the highlights from CS1, and of course this is the spectator stage. And just to let you know that very, very narrow in CS1, it was just 1 second separating Tapio Laukkanen from Jussi Jate. You may remember after the first section of the Nanyuki rally, he had just about a minute's lead, and really he set up the foundation for the victory from that first section, but very, very tight. Just 1 second separating them. And after CS2, it's still just 1 second separating. Jussi Jate taking the second section. There are 5 sections in total in this rally. And the main story, apart from the casualties, are the weather conditions, very hot and dusty. I understand when Flash spoke this morning, he was saying it would have been very, very slippery had it rained today. But we could have done with a little bit of rain, to be honest, last night, just to ease the dust situation a little bit. Just to let you know what else is happening in terms of the standings, we told you Baldev Chagar as well. Right up there, he's getting used to his R4, the Mitsubishi. He's taken a bit of time. Remember, these cars are a little bit lighter than the Group N and also more powerful as well. So the handling will be different. Alright, so just to confirm, we are getting more results in. This is the unofficial classifications, the overall classifications. So it's Tapio Laukkanen, Jussi Jate, Baldev Chagar, Carl Flash Tundo in 4th place, Manveer Barian in 5th, Onkar Rai 6th, Rajbir Rai 7th, Fahaz Khan, as we saw, well, in fact, we'll see in just a moment. I was telling you about it, them having to push the car into the service. At that point, they were 8th. Jasmeet Chana in 9th place. It was in the transport section, actually, so it really wasn't a worry. They just had to get into the service box. So they were 8th. As we mentioned, the Chanas in 9th place with their brand new Evo 10. Amanraj Rai. He's in 10th place. He had a good result in Nanyuki, finishing 8th. The younger brother, of course, of Rajbir Rai. Piero Conobio and Frigo Silvia, they are in 11th place. I see their cars up for sale. Are they looking to upgrade from their current car? We'll have to find out from them a little bit later. But I see their cars up for sale. Conobio, Piero and Frigo Silvia. Them, of course, having that dramatic role last year in this rally, going into a river, and the roll cage really saving them because it provided an air pocket for Silvia as the water level started rising in the river, very, very close to losing her life or to being badly injured in that roll. But they're fine, and of course doing this rally. They've come all the way from the coast, by the way. Tejveer Rai in 12th place. Dennis Wender and Job Njiro, they're in 13th place. Silver Spread Racing. In 14th place, Isa Mirza and Kavit Dave, they're in 14th place. Alright, so that's the latest we got at the moment. From the KCB Eldoret Rally. Of course, we'll let you know what's happening with the Rally Chicks as we get the results in. And we did see them going around the spectator stage. They managed to handle it very, very well. Nice and flowing, this spectator stage, compared to some of the other spectator stages we've seen. The one in Voi was literally like a parking lot, huh? Very tight. This one nice and flowing. I'm sure the drivers like it. Alright, and we're also waiting for the onboard footage as well, the in-car footage to come as well from the GoPros. We'll let you know when that is ready, when that's here. Really looking forward to seeing that as well, seeing how the route is. I understand a few rocks out there, 1 or 2 tree stumps to catch the drivers out if they're not careful. And of course that incident of Fahaz Khan where they had to push the car into the service park. We've got that footage. That will come in just a moment. In the meantime, enjoy the highlights from CS2. We'll be back in just a moment. guys just load it on? Yeah. Yeah. And then you'll just signal to me when you're ready to take off. Ready? Okay. Alright, ready? So welcome back to Liquid Telecom's coverage of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally, and you can see the nerve center of where you're watching the coverage, of course, on YouTube. This link courtesy of Liquid Telecom. This is where we do everything. This is where the footage comes. As you can see, my producer here right next to me. Say hi.
Hello. How you doing? How you guys doing?
All right. Just introduce yourselves as well in case they don't know who you are.
My name is Wilson, and what I do here is just I collect the footage so that it can go upstream. That's all I do. So whatever you're watching now, this is what is happening. We are making it happen.
All right, and he's in charge of this huge desk. This is, of course, where he controls the pictures, the footage. We just saw literally just a few moments ago, just amazing footage of the wheat fields around here. Just so beautiful around here. In fact, if we can just go to that, Wilson, the footage of the wheat fields, just look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. And of course, we've had a lot of rain here recently as well, and we've seen the combines as well. It looks like the wheat is ready for harvesting, and we saw some combines on the way here. But the rally cars, the drivers don't have time to admire this footage, but the rally cars zooming around. And thank you very much to the landowners for allowing us to, of course, use their land for this rally. And well done to the organizers as well, the Western Kenya Motor Club, for organizing such a brilliant route this year. So very different, the route from last year. You may remember, of course, Fluorspar was a key component of the rally, but I understand the factory has closed down, which means that there's a lot more traffic on that route, and it would have been impossible really to have a safe rally allowing the cars to go up Fluorspar. So the big story from this morning, and a big blow for Liquid Telecom, the sponsors, Ian Duncan out in the first section. Would you believe it? Of all things, a blown turbo. He said he had a spare one with him, but it would have taken a good couple of hours for them to change it. So it really wasn't worth it. You know, at the end of the day, it's seconds that matter between the top five, and we wouldn't have been able to really be competitive. That's what he was saying. There was no point in doing that. In fact, by the time we arrived here from the start, his service crew were already packing up, and they're already on their way back. They're back in Eldoret, and I'm sure preparing to go back to Nairobi. So very, very sad for Ann Troughton and company. Ian Duncan and Amar Slatch out in the first section of the rally with a blown turbo. Also, car number 77, they had a minor accident as well. They rolled their car, and they're out of the rally as well. But looking at the top 10, very, very tight after two sections. The latest we've got is after two sections between Tapio Laukkanen and Jassi Chate, the two competitors, the two protagonists for the 2016 Kenya National Rally Championship, fighting it out tooth and nail. Remember, only 4 points separate the two, with Tapio Laukkanen. He won in Nanyuki to increase his lead ever so slightly over Jassi Chate. They were actually tied heading into Nanyuki, so just 4 points separating the two. Tapio, of course, winning the Nanyuki rally. Jassi Chate finishing second in Nanyuki, and it's as you were here at the moment, only 1 second separating. He won by just about a minute the first section of the Nanyuki rally, but much tighter this time. 1 second separating Tapio Laukkanen and Jassi Chate after 2 sections of the Eldoret Rally. 4 seconds back in third place is Baldev Chaga. He's really settling into this R4, and of course he needs some luck. I remember a puncture in the final section really blew his chances of finishing in the podium places in Nanyuki. And in fourth place, Carl Flash Tindo, and he is a further 7 seconds back from Baldev Chaga. All right, so just confirming these are the latest results we've got at the moment. Manvir Barian in 5th place, Onkarai in 6th place, Rajbir Rai in 7th place. Obviously sweeping the road. He's got road sweeping duties for this rally, having started off first, really proving to be a disadvantage. For Haas Khan in 8th place, we'll see that footage just a little bit later of them really struggling going into the service park. The Chana brothers, Jasmeet and Ravi, in 9th place, and in 10th place, rounding off the top 10. A great result in Nanyuki for him. He finished 8th place. Young Amanraj Rai, he's in 10th place. All right, so that's the latest we got at the moment, the KCB Eldoret Rally. But yeah, just very, very bad luck for Ian Duncan, having that blown turbo in the first section of the rally. Huge bad luck for him, and I wouldn't like to be near him at the moment. I'm sure very, very disappointed. You make your way all the way here to Eldoret and to just go out in the first section. The rally chicks as well, they're still in it. We saw them a little bit earlier. Natasha Tundo and Chantal Young, sponsored by Hi, of course the home internet solutions for Liquid Telecom, HAI, that is how it's spelled, if you want to find out more information about it. And make sure you come around here as well, the Spectator stage. Come and say hi to us as well. Free internet coverage, by the way, courtesy of Liquid Telecom. And of course, we'll keep you up to date with the latest from the rally as we get the results. But in the meantime, we'll leave you with the highlights from CS2. This is the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. Okay, so you're watching the highlights of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. I'm Sean Carter-Villas, of course, keeping you up to date. All the incidents as they happen, all the results as they come in, you'll hear it and, of course, see it right here on Liquid Telecom's coverage of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. We'll have some interviews coming up in about 15 minutes or so. The drivers, their thoughts on the rally, that will be coming up in a few minutes. I got to speak to them at the start of the rally before the rally got underway. That's coming up a little bit later. And also in-car footage as well. The GoPro footage from CS1 will have highlights of that. That's coming up just a little bit later right here on the show. But let's have a look at what the route looks like from the recce's that took place yesterday. Here are the highlights of the recce's.
there, but you can't know. So it's luck is as important as skill in rally, and if it's with you, you can come out on top. If it's not, then you can finish last. So just let's see how it goes.
All right, the best of luck for the rest of the rally, yeah?
Cheers. Cheers. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Cheers.
Impressive result in the last rally. I guess it's trying to keep up the consistency.
Yeah, that's the aim all the time, but like I said in the last interview, it's just a bit of luck, and I got it this time, so hopefully you can carry on.
You seem to have really settled down this season. What do you attribute that to?
I wouldn't say that, but it's just the seat time, getting used to the car, and trying to keep up with the big boys now, and hopefully can beat a few of them and get a good result.
How was the recce yesterday?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Good route, really smooth, through the forest, some nice tricky stuff. A lot of tree stumps for me to hit. But apart from that, yeah, really nice stages.
I guess you can give the organisers some praise, trying to give as much in the way of closed sections, huh?
Definitely, really good effort from the organisers. This is one stage is a bit quick, but I think it's the same for everyone. But apart from that, really nice road. So big credit to the organisers.
All right, thanks a lot. The best of luck.
Sure, thanks, thank you.
Cheers. Good luck. Huh?
Cheers, mate.
Okay, thanks. Flash, first of all, how did the recce go?
Yeah, good. Morning, Sean, first. No, recce was good. We had problems with the recce car, but the route seems fine. Hopefully they can police it because there's a few open sections, but otherwise it's a typical Western Kenya Eldoret rally.
Some disappointment from one or two drivers. Floor Spar's not in this one. The organisers were saying it would have been difficult to control traffic. Your thoughts?
Yeah, always upsetting that Floor Spar's not in the calendar. Obviously, it's a fantastic stage, but you know, officials' decision. You don't know what the state of the road is in. I hear the Floor Spar factory is shut down, so there'll be a lot more traffic. So, yeah, happy that we're on 90% closed roads here.
How is it? What your opinions of the route?
Yeah, it's good. It's fast. It's fairly technical in places. There's lots of places to catch us out. But it's good. Yeah, it's unfortunate there's no rain because it would have been really slippery.
Your thoughts, first of all, this rally. You know, the gremlins you had in the last rally. Do you think you've eliminated those while testing before this rally?
Yeah, the Gremlins is because it's like a cheaper build car. So I mean, yeah, we're still learning. We've sorted out the gear change in it. We've sorted out a few of the power issues. Handling is still tricky, but I suppose you just get the hang of that and go and enjoy. So I hope we've sorted some of the things out, but we've still got a way to go.
You've learned to speak Polish and try and sort out the issues in the car?
No, not at all. I've given up with the Poles. We're going Kenyan now.
Okay, just very quickly, your thoughts on the raising of the standards. Tapio has been very fast. We saw in the last rally up to a minute fast in some sections.
Yeah, he's always been fast. We've always known that. It's great for us. It's good for the sport here, getting these Kijanas up to speed. I think, you know, some of us older guys are wishing he'd just go home now. but no, it's great. He's a really nice guy, and it's great to have him here, and yeah, it's good for the sport.
All right, thanks a lot. The best of luck. Eh?
All right, cool.
Rajveer, I guess being first on the road, it's not always a good thing, eh?
Yeah, no, not in Kenya because of all the sometimes traffic and animals and those sort of things. So, yeah, that's our turn to do it this time. Everyone has to do it once in the top 8. So, yeah, today's my turn, and yeah, I mean, everyone has to do it. So, yeah, just got to take it as it comes.
After an impressive start to the season, since the safari, there's been a lot of bad luck. What do you think has attributed that?
Most of me, I think I've not been concentrating. Made 2 similar mistakes in both rallies. So yeah, there's nothing. Just it's all on me, and yeah, it's my mistake.
And how was the recce?
Yeah, it was good. It's really fast, smooth roads. Not, it's not. There's not many rough places or places you can get punches. At least I hope so. So yeah, no, it's a nice route. So long as they can control the traffic well, I think it'll be a good rally.
And I guess for you, it's really sort of just getting back on track, huh?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think the championship's now out of the question, so it's just about trying to, have good pace and hopefully, try and get a good result here.
You've really settled into this car this season. Would you be happy to possibly try and get a win one of these last 2 rallies of the season?
Yeah, it'd be great. I mean, it's easier said than done. I think this season the other thing is you got Tapio in really good form. So yeah, but I mean, obviously that's always the hope, and that's always what we try and do. But yeah, I mean, obviously I've not won a rally in this car. It'd be great to win one before the end of the season.
All right, thank you and the best of luck, huh?
Yeah.
Baldy, I guess it's a case you're starting to settle in with the R4. The results are slowly starting to come in.
Yeah, definitely. 2 non-finishes, one completely not our fault, one our fault. Last rally was going really well. Puncher right at the end threw us back. But yeah, look forward to doing this event. And it's from the recce looks very nice, very fast. So look forward to tackling it today.
Yeah, you talk about punctures. That always seems to be the case. Luck deserts you when you sort of most need it, huh?
Yeah, it was a bit strange. The last rally, I don't remember hitting anything, but hey, it's the name of the game. That's how it is, really. So we just drove on it and lost 2 positions, but could have been worse.
Really for you, it's been very frustrating the last couple of years or so. I guess it's really sort of trying to put it behind you. Now you've also got this machine as well and trying to get the results back, huh?
It's not been too bad. Last year was okay, a bit up and down, and we didn't do that one rally in Kajado, which really messed up the points. This year we did, I think, reasonably well. We've won 1 rally with the older car, and then we didn't have 2 finishes, which really throws you back. And right now there's nothing else but to come here and do the best that you possibly can. And that's really it. Because the points, the guys ahead are too far ahead.
It is a different route this year to last year. How was it in the wrecking?
It was really nice. They really made a good effort, found a mix of almost everything except rough, which is really good. Really looking forward to it. They really made a good effort. There's no doubt about that.
And I guess you'll aim to try and finish in front of your teammate Olka this rally.
Definitely.
Just hold on.
Yeah, definitely.
I've only got the results. I don't know.
He's always on my case. He always wants to beat me, and when he does, it's always it's a very joyous moment for him. We'll try and avoid that today.
All right, the best of luck, huh? Oh gosh. Let me try and Tapio, first of all, how was the recce yesterday?
It was good. It was quite an easy recce. I mean,
Yeah.
it's quite a nice loop, and there is not too many road sections to do. So yeah, nice loop.
Very different the route this year to last year. I guess the organisers have really made an effort to try and keep the roads closed.
Yes, I have seen they have put a lot of effort. I mean, even the stages are in a good shape. There is some rocky sections, which is very normal, but we can see that they have put a lot of effort for sure.
The equation is very simple. You have to finish in front of chassis just to maintain your lead in the championship, but I guess also to try and keep the car in one piece.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, obviously, I don't necessarily need to win or aim for the win. I have to be clever and have a look what the chassis is doing, and we go from that.
Yeah, we saw in the last rally how it can almost go wrong towards the end of the rally. I guess you got to try and avoid those mistakes. Try and keep the car in one piece, huh?
Yes, of course. I mean, we have had some problems with the gearbox early on. I have made some gear mistakes and so on. But anyway, I mean, now everything is fixed again, and we are ready to go.
Tapio, plans for next year? Will you be back in the championship?
There is no plans. We still have a long season to go, so let's wait until the last minute. Yeah.
All right, but you're enjoying your rallying in Kenya?
I have fun. Yeah, it's a great fun, and all the competitors are good friends, and the atmosphere is quite nice.
And also the other drivers, full of praise for you because you're also helping to raise the standards of their driving.
Yes, of course. Yes, I mean, I'm keen to help everybody whoever wants to get some help. So yeah, it's part of my job as well.
You do appreciate that the pace you're setting is also raising the levels of rallying in Kenya.
I have noticed that big time in the last 2 years. All these top guys, they have been speeding up a big time, and also there is a lot of youngsters coming up, and I think the rallying is just booming every year more and more.
And we're hearing the new timing system, it's due in the country in the next couple of weeks. That's also going to raise the standards of rallying heading into next year.
Yeah, of course we are heading more close to the FIA things, but what they are doing in Europe and everywhere in the world. So yeah, but that's the way. I mean, we have to try and keep pushing ourselves to the top as well.
All right, thanks a lot. The best of luck, huh?
Thank you.
Good luck, thanks. Okay. All right, so you heard the thoughts of the drivers ahead of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally, and of course out of those top drivers, Ian Duncan was out in the first section. Terrible bad luck. A blown turbo knocking him out of the rally. So this is your coverage of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally courtesy of Liquid Telecom. In just a moment we will of course have the in-car footage courtesy of the GoPro of one of the competitors in the car. We'll confirm that to you in just a moment as to who it is exactly. That will come in a few minutes. Just to let you know the standings as of CS3. It is a 3-second lead at the moment for Tapio Laukkanen. As you just heard in those driver interviews, the equation very, very simple. For Tapio to win the championship, he just has to finish ahead of Jassi Chate. It doesn't mean necessarily that he has to win the events, just to finish in front of Jassi Chate in the last few events, and he will take his first Kenya National Rally Championship title. So he's ahead of Jassi Chate, 3 seconds behind Chate, the reigning African champion, the reigning Kenya National Rally champion, and of course the reigning Safari Rally champion, Jassi Chate. 3 seconds behind Tapio Laukkanen. The equation for him very simple. He has to finish in front of Tapio Laukkanen in the remaining rallies of the season to have any chance of winning the title. All right, and it all comes down to mathematics as well. Manveer Barrian, he's been very impressive in this rally. He won the last stage to be in 3rd place overall. Baldev Chagga in 4th place. In 5th place, Rajbir Rai, of course, very difficult when you're out first on the road, having to do the road sweeping duties. Carl Flash Tundo in 6th place, Tejveer Rai in 7th. Maburu Duncan from Uganda, congratulations, 8th place at the moment in his Mitsubishi Evo 10. There are 2 Evos, by the way, Evo 10s from Uganda, so thank you very much. Of course, Eldoret, much easier for the Uganda drivers to come across. So thank you very much, and of course we welcome you to our rallies. Jasmine Chana in 9th place and Piero Cornobio in 10th place. Alright, so that's the latest at the moment from the KCB Eldoret Rally. Just one other note as well. Whilst we're talking about the rally, just speaking to one of the officials from Liquid Telecom, I understand the timing system, and you're hearing it here first, is arriving next week. It's arriving next week into the country, and of course there will be testing done in the final events of the season. It will be used properly at the beginning of next season in 2017. So you heard it here first. The new electronic timing system, the TAG Heuer system, will be in the country early next week, and of course after that all the administrative duties, details, and of course all the training that needs to be done for it to be perfect, and it will be tested in a few events before the end of the year, and it will be used properly. So you've been hearing all the stories, you've been hearing all the debates on social media. I can tell you for a fact it is going to be in the country next week, and we will be talking more in depth about this in the coming weeks as well, particularly on TV and on my radio show as well. We will be speaking more about this, but well done to Liquid Telecom for taking the initiative, and of course walking the walk, not just talking the talk, and bringing the timing system into the country. So the TAG Heuer system, just to confirm, is coming into the country early next week. And of course, after that, there will be all the testing that needs to be done and the training of officials. But well done as well to the Kenya Motorsports Federation for really pushing this agenda, and this will really push motorsports, not just rallying. I'm sure some other events would like to use this as well. I'm sure there'll be negotiations made as well for other forms of motorsport to use the TAG Heuer timing system. This one, by the way, the same timing system used in the World Rally Championship, the TAG Heuer. So really no excuses from the drivers. We've been hearing all sorts of comments and jokes about the flag system, but that will all be a thing of the past in the near future as well. So just once again, the TAG Heuer timing system will be in the country early next week. Alright, so we'll be giving you the long-awaited in-car footage. That's coming up in a few minutes. But in the meantime, let's see what it's like wrecking CS1. This is what it's like from inside a car, the wrecking of it. You'll see it in real time, what it's like to be in the rally car during the stage. That's coming up in a few minutes. This is the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally, courtesy of Liquid Telecom.
Sabusha set camera for audio and everything. Okay. So I'm thinking let
The
me
first
just...
one. So it's been a dramatic day, the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. So many incidents happening, and of course possible changes at the exactly. First of all, let's speak to Tapio Laukkanen, who's been the long-term leader today. Tapio, what's gone wrong exactly with the car?
Yeah, we broke the rear axle in one of the stages, so we need to take it easy to walk these stages, so that's why we dropped down a bit of a lap.
What happened exactly? How did it break?
Yeah, we said just a big crack on the axle, so I didn't want to risk anything, so I just took it easy to get back to the search and put it fixed.
It was something we spoke about this morning, possibly about luck in a way. It seems like luck has deserted you. We saw what happened in the Nanyuki rally. It happened towards the end. You were able to nurse the car, but today it seems like luck has deserted you.
Yeah, but this is slightly different. Obviously, there is some rocky sections, and I think we just hit the rock or something, which was causing the problem.
And it seems to be one of those rallies. So many people having problems. We've seen Jassi Chate, Carl Flash Tundo, Ian Duncan going out in the first section with a blown turbo. Just appears to be one of those days.
Yeah, you never know in a motorsport. You know, it's sometimes a gamble. Sometimes you have to have some luck, and of course, all drivers are sometimes making a mistake. So. But anyway, we have to think about what we are doing and try to focus what we can do for the rest of the day.
All right, thank you very much. Let's just go on to Manveer Barrian. Manveer, brilliant day so far today. You've taken advantage, grabbed the bull by the horns, so to speak.
Yeah, basically for morning the idea was to go flat out from the first stage. So we tried to do that. And we've been lucky as well. A few of the other guys have had punctures and things like that, but we've been fortunate. So, yeah.
How's the route been so far?
I'm good. I actually like the stages very much. Sort of my sort of stages, you could say. Yeah, they're fast, juicy, they're nice, good stages.
And we were speaking this morning. It has been tough for you since you got the new car. Just kind of for you to get your rhythm. It appears like today seems to be that day where you're getting your rhythm and really looking at ease in the car.
Yeah, we're having fun. The car's going well, and we're driving well as well. I think so. It's just one of those days.
And it's not often we see a smile on your face, but maybe a small hint of a smile so far.
Smile for you, man. Yeah.
What's the plan for the afternoon now?
I think Tapio's not too far behind me, and I think Boldy
got to be on it, and so far so good. It's going well.
And it just shows how important the recce is. I'm sure a lot of people, just to the layman, they're just go around the course, see what it's like and all that. But it's actually, just tell us how difficult it is or how crucial it is that the recce goes right.
Yeah, no, it's very crucial, because you got to check your notes 100%, and if you do a wrong note somewhere, that's it. That could be your rally. So the recce is very, very crucial for any rally, really. You just got to make sure that every note is spot on.
All right, thanks very much, Chantal Young. The best of luck for literally the final run through here before going back. Just your thoughts very quickly. The organisers obviously made a huge effort in terms of putting it on close roads.
Yeah, no, it's very good. The roads have been good. We've only had a few cars coming towards us, but otherwise, it's going very well. They put a good route together, and they're trying as much as they can on open roads to just stop the traffic. So yeah, they've done a good job. All
right, thank you very much. Good luck. Okay. All right, so as I just walk across here, just try and see if I can get a hold of Eddie Kimani, who will just come out and join us just for a little bit. But it's been a very interesting rally, and as you heard, of course, just to confirm the big news, that the new timing system will be in this week. It will be in this coming week, and that's just, rallying will never be the same. In fact, local motorsports will never be the same with the advent of the new electronic timing system, the Tag Heuer system. I've got a former colleague of mine. We used to work together at Capital FM and of course go back many, many years. In fact, decades now. We're talking about Eddie Kimani, who of course emceed the start and of course will be emceeing the finish of the KCB rally. Your thoughts on today? It's been drama after drama, huh?
Well, I guess it's just the story which continues to roll on around after round, where one rally will never be the same as the other one. We had a fantastic rally in Nanyuki last time out. The drivers, the organizers were happy all about it, but today I guess the Gremlins have actually showed up in tons, considering the biggest heartbreak to many fans here. Ian Duncan being knocked out in the early stages of the rally, which I think still is the biggest one. Then there was a scare for Jassi. We thought initially when we were discussing about it that he might be out of the rally, but we've just confirmed he's still rallying. But then again, I guess it's just the nature of this sport. Anything happens anytime.
Yeah, you just mentioned Jassy. Really, for him, he's running out of time now and running out of points to overhaul Tapio Laukkanen. It was only 4 points going into this rally, but it seems like the Gremlins, whatever happened to him, it'll take a Herculean effort from him, and also something drastic to happen to Tapio, really, for Tapio to lose this championship.
Indeed, because I mean, if you have such a scenario for yourself as a driver, you really have to be careful what you decide to do to be able to catch up with whoever is in front of you. Not just he's a very careful driver. He's really focused so much in his career for the last 2 years. You've seen what he's done with himself, winning the national championship last year, winning the Africa Rally Championship last year. So it must be a very hard pill to swallow, knowing that he'll have a very big challenge to catch up with Tapio. Now Tapio has come in here and he's got everybody scratching their head. What is he doing right that he's driving as well as he's doing? Today he did start off very well. I think he started off the first few stages with a gap of about 3 seconds between him and Jassy, which was reduced as we went on with the program. Then Jassy gets into that mess. I really don't know what the problem was. It was technical. He was at the service park a short while ago. They regrouped and they're now waiting I think they should be getting on to the last few sections of today's action. And yes, you're right. It's a Herculean task for him to catch up with that, because Tapio is not a man you or a driver you can really just challenge easily like that. As much as you are a fine driver as Jassy, you have to be very calculative in what you do to try and catch up with Tapio Laukkanen for sure.
All right. Just looking at this rally, a lot was done by the organisers to put it on closed roads. Brilliant effort by them to find. We're literally in the middle of wheat fields here, but brilliant effort and well done. Not easy to get permission from the landowners these days.
True. I mean, it's one challenge that we have, and it's one of the reasons why we are really struggling to get back on the World Rally Championship, because those are the conditions we have to actually make sure we ensure that they are followed to the T, because WRC, FIA have said if the rally is changing all over the world, then you have to conform to what we want you to do to be able to get back onto that calendar. But that aside, we still have a lot of work to do. As you said, it's right, it's hard to get closed sections as it's demanded by FIA. It's hard to find owners of big ranches, and I really want to commend the owner of this big chunk of land, Mr. Chemweno, who's actually been kind enough to put up with the organizers, the Western Kenya Motor Club, which has really fantastically done a fantastic job. Frank Gitao has been here, I think, a couple of weeks now, and he's done a commendable job. I've not really had anything negative about the route itself. The weather is fantastic. Those are expectations for a rainy day today, but it's opened up. It's still parts of clear blue sky, which is quite encouraging for the drivers. You don't have to deal with the wet elements and all that. But yes, I think the drivers again would come very close to try and edge Nanyuki, which I think Nanyuki this season did a fantastic rally. So Western Kenya, they have to really keep up in terms of having a professionally run rally. That's what makes the drivers happy. That's what makes the fans happy. That's what makes the sponsors and the partners happy, that they can rely on the club to actually put a rally that everybody will be happy about, which is not a very easy task to make everybody happy, especially the drivers, considering the demands, the challenges they have to deal with when it comes to now competing against each other.
Finally, you're working for Nakuru County, one of the progressive counties when it comes to sports. We've seen a lot going on with sports in Nakuru, but we're also seeing here Uasin Gishu and Elgeyo Marakwet, very progressive governors in terms of, I understand they paid for the graders as well to make sure that the roads were graded here and all that. And we know this is the breadbasket of athletics in terms of producing world champions. We know Olympic champions, including David Rudisha from this area as well. So commendable that the county is really helping out here.
I'm really impressed. I mean, I don't think we have any round so far of the 5 that we've had 2 counties coming together to support one round of a rally. And it was quite impressive to see both His Excellency Alex Tolgos and His Excellency Jackson Mandago, both from Elgeyo Marakwet and Uasin Gishu respectively, coming to flag off the rally. I know these are very busy leaders. Then to get their time, they had to be up by 6 o'clock. The flag off was at 7 o'clock. Both of them were there in the morning. And it just goes to show you the commitment that county governments have in terms of supporting sport, which is one of those challenges we had when it came to getting support from the national government. And I hope nobody will shoot me for this. But then again, the county governments are doing all they can to be able to play their role in enhancing and developing sports. Look at I think the tag name for this county is what? This is the county of champions. It's where the champions, like world-known, renowned champions, are here. I mean, we have neighbors from Uganda. 2 drivers, I think, from Uganda are competing in this rally. So there's something good about counties who are really helping in partnering with clubs. The Federation KMSF, I have to give it up to, of course, Phineas Kimanthi, fantastic job in overseeing the sport. And of course, the organizers, they've done a fantastic job. So yes, counties have a role to play. And I guess Elgeyo Marakwet and Uasin-Gishu have done a fantastic job. And yes, you said it right. Nakuru also cannot be left behind in the sport aspect. We've got rugby. We've got a fantastic rugby team there. They are doing very well.
Also the rally coming soon as well. Yeah?
Exactly. Looking forward to that. We've got the Classic coming up at the end of the year, which is a replication of what we have in the East African Classic Safari. So there's a lot happening in all counties all over the country, and it's quite encouraging.
Just finally, the Tag Heuer timing system confirmed by Paul Statham. It will be in the country by Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Motorsports will never be the same, huh?
It has been one teething problem for so many years. Drivers not getting the real times of their competitions, because that's the most important element for any rally driver and co-driver. If your timings are not right, you're out of it. If you're not getting the right time right from the officials, but your times that you're doing for yourself and the crew are correct, there will always be a conflict. And I think that comes to resolve a very big issue, which will see us coming back or really making much more stride into getting back into the World Rally Championship, which is one of the conditions that we were given in terms of having a rally that is World Rally Championship worthy, getting back on that calendar, which is the biggest challenge. So that's one of the things, and it's good to see Liquid Telecom has committed itself to, invest, because it's an investment. It's not cheap. I know it doesn't come cheap. That's a very big brand, and I think everybody will be confident. The fans will be happy because the fans will follow the rally, not just to come and sit down under a tree and have fun, but they want to know what time did Ian Duncan do here, what time did Tash Tundo do here, what time did Baldev Chaga do here. So when all of these people who are an aspect of the rally are given the right information, the right times, we will all be happy, and it ends there.
All right, thanks very much, Eddie Kimani. Thanks very much, Asante. Yeah, thank you, man. All right, so you've been hearing just all kinds of dramas today, as you heard from Eddie. You name it, it's happened. Even Carl Flash Tundo's boot opening in the middle of the rally. It's just been incredible today. And of course, we'll keep you up to date with the results. Once they come in, we are expecting the results to come, because if you look once again just down here, this is the spectator stage. This is going to be the final stage of the rally, and of course the cars will be competing there. But in the meantime, we'll continue with showing you highlights from earlier today. It's Sean Carter-Villas, Liquid Telecom, for the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. So welcome back to Liquid Telecom's coverage of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. And we are just about to have a look at drone footage from this morning. This is along the Spectator stage out here near Iten. We are, of course, within the wheat fields out here. This is farming country, as you can see, just so beautiful, open plains here. And let's just take a look and enjoy the scenery here. This is from the drone footage this morning, the KCB 2016 Eldoret Rally.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
left. You won't see it obviously here because our tent is here, but So welcome back to Liquid Telecom's coverage of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. If I can just get the cameraman to pan out to my right, you'll see in the background, this is the spectator stage of the KCB Eldoret Rally. Very, very impressive, very beautiful out here, but very dusty. You'll see in a few minutes time. It won't actually happen while we're out here, but very, very dusty. The dust, because of the wind, actually comes back out here. But as you can see, the plains, this is farming land. Just to my left, you won't see it obviously here because our tent is here, but just to my left is wheat as well. This is part of the granary of Kenya, so to speak. Now with me, I've got the Chief Commercial Officer for Liquid Telecom, Paul Statham. Paul, we were here last year as well. It's a beautiful place to rally.
It is great to be back in the County of Champions, Sean. And good to see you again.
Not only that, coming after the Olympics as well, plenty of gold medalists from this area. It just shows the importance of sports to these two counties, Uasin Gishu and Elgeyo Marakwet.
I think so, yeah, and you can see that in the number of spectators that have come out today. There's real enthusiasm for the sport, and it's great to see.
Your second season, Liquid Telecom sponsoring the Kenya National Rally Championship. Have you been pleased so far this season?
Been very pleased since we've been involved with rally. Obviously today, disappointed that Ian went out so quickly, and condolences to him. But the reason we got involved with rally was because Liquid's internet network is all over the country, and we wanted to prove that, and we're proving that today. There's free Wi-Fi, 150 megabits a second of free Wi-Fi, where we are, as you said, in the middle of a wheat field, in the middle of the county. So it's great. We really enjoyed it, and then we're looking forward to the next steps of this relationship.
We'll go to the motorsports section in just a moment, but in terms of Liquid Telecom, a lot going on in the background. Just tell us what's going on in the background. The first thing that would come to mind, for example, Nakuru, free Wi-Fi in the whole of Nakuru.
Yes, free Wi-Fi for Nakuru. We're aiming to roll that out into Kiambu. Yeah.
Are we live? Are we live? What's happened? Hi. Just going back to this question, you were talking about Nakuru, I guess into Kiambu next.
Kiambu and Kisii are the next two that we're looking to roll out to. Yes, working closely with the county and the county governors. Free Wi-Fi is enabling the Wananchi really to get involved in the internet. It is free, completely free.
And then you've got, of course, with the Rally Chicks, HAI, which is HAI. It's the home internet connectivity. Just tell us more about that.
Yeah, HAI is for the home, and HAI is for office as well, small and medium enterprises and small office, home office. That's been going very well. We kind of started in May. Again, the sponsorship of Rally Chicks was about the regional penetration of Liquid and our network, but now offering something that's not just for the corporates, it's for the man at home. That's going to grow. We're bringing in something called Quasi TV, which is our TV application. That'll be available to all HAI users in the next 2 months.
Fantastic. And just going on to Tash and Chantal, the rally chicks, the only all-female crew. Just give us your reasons as to why you went on to go and sponsor them.
Their PR coverage was fantastic and is fantastic. There seems to be a real resonation with the country with what those girls are doing. We believe that the decision around who buys internet in the household is made by the woman normally. So that it hit a lot of buttons, and they're a fun pair, and they've done really well this year as well.
It's been another tough season for Ian. It mainly just seems to be bad luck, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I was on record as saying I thought he'd win this one because he's been driving so well, but punctures and today a blown turbo, it's just bad luck. There's not too much you can do about that, and I wish him well for the next rally.
All right, on to the big news. And we were talking this morning, you're confirming to us that the new timing system, the Tag Heuer timing system, the same one used in the World Rally Championship, that arrives in the country next week.
Yes, it does. So we'll have 2 stages in next week, Sean. And the aim is to start testing that in a real live environment, a real African environment, and to see what the ups and downs will be, and to make sure that we compensate so we can operate it as effectively as possible, to give the drivers complete assurance they're being timed properly, which gives confidence in the public, gives confidence for the sponsors as well. So by November 5th rally, they will we'll be putting that into action. We'll do the same at the Guru Nanak.
It is the Tag Heuer system. It's used in the WRC. Surely it must work here. Been a lot of debate amongst the drivers and stakeholders whether it's the right system for Kenya. But if it works in the middle of Argentina or Corsica Rally, in the middle of nowhere, literally, surely it must be able to work here.
Yeah, we believe, and so do the KMSF, that TAG is the best timing hardware out there. Key with any system is integrating it with the people around it, making sure the policies and the way you operate it is in line. And there'll be some middleware, some software as well, to make it as consumable as possible to the public. So we'd love to be here today and be able to publish within seconds the results of the drivers, and that's what TAG will give us.
And I'm sure when you came into the sponsorship last year, you were thinking, gosh, we're in the 21st century, why don't they have electronic timing system here?
Yeah, you see technology in sport everywhere at the moment. I think the English Premier League introduced goal line technology 2 years ago, and the whole of the pundit society was saying, why didn't we do this 20 years ago? It's about integrating it into the sport and the culture of the sport. We think we can do that fairly quickly. Everybody wants it. It is one of the cornerstones of getting back into WRC, and we look forward to proving it works well in Kenya, and it works well to the satisfaction of all the stakeholders, as I said before.
All right, and just very quickly, your plans for next season?
I'm very excited to be doing the live streaming. You'll see our partner Quasi TV, which is a sister company of Liquid, come in. So not only will we be publishing that to YouTube, but for the next rally our intent is to publish that over free-to-air digital as well. We'll grow that, we'll grow the timing, we'll grow the value of the timing to sponsors, to the general public, and to what they can get out of it, so that you don't have to come to a field in the middle of the county, but you can watch it from your home, or you can watch it on your phone. You can keep up to date with everything that's happening in this great sport.
All right, thanks very much. The best of luck, of course, for next season, and also the timing system. I'm sure you're looking forward to next season. 2017 is going to be an exciting season, huh?
Yeah, I think once we start bringing all this together and give a real experience to the consumers over whatever medium they want to, whether it's sitting at home in front of the telly or...
Who's kind of like just trying to hide from the sun. I'm not sure if you can just stand up a little bit. Here, I'll help you up a little bit. Yeah, okay. One of the rally chicks, of course, the co-driver for Tash Tundo. Chantal, how's it gone?
Well, we've had a bit of problems in the last 2 stages. We had diff problems, so that slowed us down a bit. But now, finally, we were able to get it to the service, and now we just got to make sure we get it to the end.
It just seems to be one of those days. We're seeing so many drivers having problems. Ian going out in the first section with a blown turbo. We've been hearing problems for Jassi Chate, also Tapio Laukkanen, also Flash as well, having major problems. It just seems to be one of those days, huh?
Yeah, I think, the fast and the technical, it's because even on the technical parts, you just got to be on it, and you cut a wrong corner or something, that's it. You knock out something with the car. So yeah, it's quite sad seeing so many people having problems, but it shows it's a tough rally as well.
Yeah, I'm sure the person that's really taking advantage of it, Manveer Barry, and he's having a superb run after having so much bad luck recently.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. I think sometimes just a lot of bad luck and then the good luck for that one rally is what you need, and the boost, and good for him.
From a navigator's point of view, how difficult has it been today?
It's actually been pretty good. I've been on the notes nicely. Like I said, it's the technical part, so you've got to be on it, and so far so good. It's going well.
And it just shows how important the recce is. I'm sure a lot of people, just to the layman, they're just go around the course,
Correct.
see what it's like and all that. But it's actually, just tell us how difficult it is, or how crucial it is that the recce goes right.
Yeah, no, it's very crucial, because you got to check your notes 100%, and if you do a wrong note somewhere, that's it. That could be your rally. So the recce is very, very crucial for any rally, really. You just got to make sure that every note is spot on.
All right, thanks very much, Chantal Young. The best of luck for literally the final run through here before going back. Just your thoughts very quickly. The organisers obviously made a huge effort in terms of putting it on close roads.
Yeah, no, it's very good. The roads have been good. We've only had a few cars coming towards us, but otherwise, it's going very well. They put a good route together, and they're trying as much as they can on open roads to just stop the traffic. So yeah, they've done a good job.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck. Okay. All right, so as I just walk across here, just try and see if I can get a hold of Eddie Kimani, who'll just come out and join us just for a little bit. But it's been a very interesting rally, and as you heard, of course, just to confirm the big news, that the new timing system will be in this week. It will be in this coming week, and that's just, rallying will never be the same. In fact, local motorsports will never be the same with the advent of the new electronic timing system, the Tag Heuer system. I've got a former colleague of mine. We used to work together at Capital FM, and of course go back many, many years. In fact, decades now. We're talking about Eddie Kimani, who of course emceed the start, and of course will be emceeing the finish of the KCB rally. Your thoughts on today? It's been drama after drama, huh?
Well, I guess it's just the story which continues to roll on around after round, where one rally will never be the same as the other. We had a fantastic rally in Nanyuki last time out. The drivers, the organizers were happy all about it, but today I guess the Gremlins have actually showed up in tons, considering the biggest heartbreak to many fans here. Ian Duncan being knocked out in the early stages of the rally, which I think still is the biggest one. Then there was a scare for Jassy. We thought initially when we were discussing about it that he might be out of the rally, but we've just confirmed he's still rallying. But then again, I guess it's just the nature of this sport. Anything happens anytime.
Yeah, you just mentioned Jassy. Really for him, he's running out of time now and running out of points to overhaul Tapio Laukkonen. It was only 4 points going into this rally, but it seems like the Gremlins, whatever happened to him, it'll take a Herculean effort from him, and also something drastic to happen to Tapio, really, for Tapio to lose this championship.
Indeed, because if you have such a scenario for yourself as a driver, you really have to be careful what you decide to do to be able to catch up with whoever is in front of you. Not just he's a very careful driver. He's really focused so much in his career for the last 2 years. You've seen what he's done with himself, winning the national championship last year, winning the Africa Rally Championship last year. So it must be a very hard pill to swallow, knowing that he'll have a very big challenge to catch up with Tapio. Now Tapio has come in here and he's got everybody scratching their head. What is he doing right that he's driving as well as he's doing? Today he did start off very well. I think he started off the first few stages with a gap of about 3 seconds between him and Jassy, which was reduced as we went on with the program. Then Jassy gets into that mess. I really don't know what the problem was. It was technical. He was at the service park a short while ago. They regrouped and they're now waiting I think they should be getting on to the last few sections of today's action. And yes, you're right. It's a Herculean task for him to catch up with that, because Tapio is not a man you or a driver you can really just challenge easily like that. As much as you are a fine driver as Jassy, you have to be very calculative in what you do to try and catch up with Tapio Laukkonen for sure.
All right. Just looking at this rally, a lot was done by the organisers to put it on closed roads. Brilliant effort by them to find. We're literally in the middle of wheat fields here, but brilliant effort, and well done. Not easy to get permission from the landowners these days.
True. I mean, it's one challenge that we have. It is one of the reasons why we are really struggling to get back on the World Rally Championship, because those are the conditions we have to actually make sure we ensure that they are followed to the T, because WRC, FIA have said if the rally is changing all over the world, then you have to conform to what we want you to do to be able to get back onto that calendar. But that aside, we still have a lot of work to do. As you said, it's right, it's hard to get closed sections as it's demanded by FIA. It's hard to find owners of big ranches, and I really want to commend the owner of this big chunk of land, Mr. Chemweno, who's actually been kind enough to put up with the organizers, the Western Kenya Motor Club, which has really fantastically done a fantastic job. Frank Gitao has been here, I think, a couple of weeks now, and he's done a commendable job. I've not really had anything negative about the route itself. The weather is fantastic. Those are expectations for a rainy day today, but it's opened up. It's still parts of clear blue sky, which is quite encouraging for the drivers. They don't have to deal with the wet elements and all that. But yes, I think the drivers again would come very close to try and edge Nanyuki, which I think Nanyuki this season did a fantastic rally. So Western Kenya, they have to really keep up in terms of having a professionally run rally. That's what makes the drivers happy. That's what makes the fans happy. That's what makes the sponsors and the partners happy, that they can rely on the club to actually put a rally that everybody will be happy about, which is not a very easy task to make everybody happy, especially the drivers, considering the demands, the challenges they have to deal with when it comes to now competing against each other.
Finally, you're working for Nakuru County, one of the progressive counties when it comes to sports. We've seen a lot going on with sports in Nakuru, but we're also seeing here Uasin Gishu and Elgeyo Marakwet, very progressive governors in terms of, I understand they paid for the graders as well to make sure that the roads were graded here and all that. And we know this is the breadbasket of athletics in terms of producing world champions. We know Olympic champions, including David Rudisha from this area as well. So commendable that the county is really helping out here.
I'm really impressed. I mean, I don't think we have any round so far of the 5 that we've had 2 counties coming together to support one round of a rally. And it was quite impressive to see both His Excellency Alex Tolgos and His Excellency Jackson Mandago, both from Elgeyo Marakwet and Uasin Gishu respectively, coming to flag off the rally. I know these are very busy leaders, then to get their time they had to be up by 6 o'clock. The flag off was at 7 o'clock. Both of them were there in the morning, and it just goes to show you the commitment that county governments have in terms of supporting sport, which is one of those challenges we had when it came to getting support from the national government. And I hope nobody will shoot me for this, but then again, the county governments are doing all they can to be able to play their role in enhancing and developing sports. Look at I think the tag name for this county is what? This is the county of champions. It's where the champions, like world-known, renowned champions, are here. I mean, we have neighbors from Uganda. 2 drivers, I think, from Uganda are competing in this rally. So there's something good about counties who are really helping in partnering with clubs. The Federation KMSF, I have to give it up to, of course, Phineas Kimanthi, fantastic job in overseeing the sport. And of course, the organizers, they've done a fantastic job. So yes, counties have a role to play. And I guess Elgeyo Marakwet and Uasin Gishu have done a fantastic job. And yes, you said it right. Nakuru also cannot be left behind in the sport aspect. We've got rugby. We've got a fantastic rugby team there. They are doing very well.
Also the rally coming soon as well. Yeah?
Exactly. Looking forward to that. We've got the Classic coming up at the end of the year, which is a replication of what we have in the East African Classic Safari. So there's a lot happening in all counties all over the country, and it's quite encouraging.
Just finally, the Tag Heuer timing system confirmed by Paul Statham. It will be in the country by Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Motorsports will never be the same, huh?
It has been one teething problem for so many years. Drivers not getting the real times of their competitions, because that's the most important element for any rally driver and co-driver. If your timings are not right, you're out of it. If you're not getting the right time right from the officials, but your times that you're doing for yourself and the crew are correct, there will always be a conflict. And I think that comes to resolve a very big issue, which will see us coming back or really making much more stride into getting back into the World Rally Championship, which is one of the conditions that we were given in terms of having a rally that is World Rally Championship worthy, getting back on that calendar, which is the biggest challenge. So that's one of the things, and it's good to see Liquid Telecom has committed itself to, invest, because it's an investment. It's not cheap. I know it doesn't come cheap. That's a very big brand, and I think everybody will be confident. The fans will be happy because the fans will follow the rally, not just to come and sit down under a tree and have fun, but they want to know what time did Ian Duncan do here, what time did Tash Tundo do here, what time did Baldev Chaga do here. So when all of these people who are an aspect of the rally are given the right information, the right times, we will all be happy, and it ends there.
All right, thanks very much. Eddie Kimani, thanks very much. Asante, yeah. Thank you. All right, so you've been hearing just all kinds of dramas today, as you heard from Eddie. You name it, it's happened. Even Carl Flash Tundo's boot opening in the middle of the rally. It's just been incredible today. And of course, we'll keep you up to date with the results. Once they come in, we are expecting the results to come, because if you look once again just down here, this is the spectator stage. This is going to be the final stage of the rally, and of course the cars will be competing there. But in the meantime, we'll continue with showing you highlights from earlier today. It's Sean Carter-Villas, Liquid Telecom, for the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. So welcome to Liquid Telecom's coverage of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. If I just step aside a bit, you'll see behind me, this is the spectator stage, the final section before the rally ends, and of course the cars go to E10. They'll go to KCB E10, that's where the official finish will be, but we will know the results well beforehand. We've had the zero car go through, we've had the safety car go through, and in just a moment we'll have the first car go out into the spectator stage. Just looking around, so many people. We're literally in the middle of nowhere, in amongst wheat fields here, but seeing hundreds and hundreds of people flock out here to just show how popular motorsport still is. Back with my trusty former colleague and of course motorsports expert Eddie Kimani. Eddie, your thoughts on today?
Well, it's been a very interesting turn of events. I mean, some of the big guns have really seen the really tough side of what we thought earlier on will be a smooth running rally, but indeed with the likes of Ian Duncan out, and we have some of the other drivers who really had their fortunes turned around. It just goes to show you once again how tough this Kenyan rally still stands out as one of the best rallies. Not really about being knocked out, it's really about how tough are you to endure the terrain and the kind of conditions you have to face in a very highly competitive competition. We started off with 36 cars this morning, and I really doubt if we have more than 25 cars still on the running right now in all the classes from N all the way to the two-wheel drive. But we'll see that at the end of the rally, because we're just in the final stages of the competition. And I really can't really put much to it, because anything happens. You saw Tapio leading the rally earlier in the morning with a gap of 3 seconds between him and the next driver, and I understand right now it's changed with Manveer leading the rally, which I think is a position he has never been in a very long time, considering he's just at the cusp of actually clinching a round in the National Rally Championship.
If my calculations are correct, I think it's only 7 seconds between him and Tapio Laukkanen. That means that this spectator stage, normally it's a procession. We normally know the winner by now, but he still has to push it in this section, huh?
Well, Manveer has come up through the ranks, and he has really proved that he has so much potential in becoming a very fast driver, and a good driver at that. But then again, remember, he's fighting, or rather really facing a challenge from one of the best drivers we have this season, Tapio Laukkanen. He's come here, he's got everybody scratching their head. What is really this guy doing? But then again, his accolades are speaking for himself. He has history back at home in Finland. He's already done some surprising times in the last 3 rallies, which has already won 3 rallies out of the 5 rounds that we've had so far. So you can imagine the kind of tension and pressure that Manveer is facing right now. 7 seconds is not a very small gap. Anything can happen anytime, and Tapio, I'm sure, with his kind of experience. Remember, he's also a rally driver instructor. So again, Manveer is fighting somebody who is also somebody who understands the sport in and out. So if anything happens right now, Manveer has it to lose in his hands right now.
Not only will this be a massive victory, but we were expecting Rajbir Rai actually to possibly get a win in this Ford Fiesta, because it's Manveer who's really been sort of struggling to adapt to this R5, huh?
Yes, of course. Anytime you bring in a new car in a championship as hotly contested as the National Rally Championship, you really need to face the challenges of knowing you will not always score, or you will not always come back with the results you expect. You need the car to adapt to the conditions. You need to understand the car. So the first 2-3 rounds, you bring in a new car, especially a car that is not really our famous cars. We know it's not a Mitsubishi, it's not a Subaru. You really need to be at the back of your mind. You need to have all these thoughts in terms of how you're preparing yourself for it. Rajbir has had a fight with Tapio also for quite a while, and today it was actually in the morning when we started off at 7 o'clock. I was thinking, or even telling myself, the battle is between Rajbir and Tapio Laukkanen. But look at what has happened. It was not even an hour. Ian Duncan was knocked out. Those are just the elements of the rally. But then again, it's not about how fast or how expensive your car is or how high-tech it is. It's also how do you utilize those specs to be able to deliver the results that you need to have in a very competitive competition as the National Rally Championship. So yeah, anybody who's bringing a new car, you need to be sure that you try and at least do a top 10 if you can. But then again, experience counts. If you don't have that, that's another letdown for any driver who wants to contend in the National Championship here in Kenya.
Very, very interesting. And I tell you what, this is going to be some battle royale that's going on literally just behind us. We look, Eddie, out here, perfect conditions. It was very, very gusty this morning. The dust was blowing right here into our tent as well. But these are perfect rallying conditions, huh?
Yes, the predictions yesterday about the weather today was that it's going to be a rainy event. But look at this, it's spectacular. It's a very nicely well organized section, the Spectator stage put together by the club, Western Kenya Club, and they've done a fantastic job. The twist and the turns, which is what all drivers like, and that's where also they gain their experience. Because as much as they're competing here, this kind of terrain and conditions is what actually makes them a better driver. So the more you have of these kind of conditions, the more you are better in terms of moving on and competing against some of the top drivers we have here. I love the conditions. It's dry, and I'm meant to understand it's also a navigator's rally. It might not be really much of too much work for the driver, but it's a very, very technical rally considering the terrains that they have to go through. And you know, the Eldoret Rally is very historical. It's got some amazing scenic areas around here, some very tough sections which Unfortunately, we're not competing on the same conditions as they were 5 years ago. Things have changed. We need to compete in closed sections, which are the conditions we have to follow. But then again, the little that we have, the drivers have to make the best of it in terms of just having a good, fun rally out there. And of course, being careful and making sure they bring back the car safely and in one piece.
Let's talk about Jassi Chate. Really today we were thinking the story was going to be between Tapio Laukkanen and Jassi Chate. Huge mechanical issues he had in the previous section. What a devastating day. He's had luck, to be honest, on his side for quite a long time. He couldn't have chosen a worse time really for the luck to go away. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, you're coming into this rally from a season where you accumulated 2 titles in one go. That is the National Rally Championship in 2015 and the Africa Rally Championship. So you can imagine the kind of load he had on his back in terms of defending that, which I know ARC is done now. He's got now the KNRC to defend. But by the look of things, Tapio is his only problem right now. Now, about today for Jassi, I'm sure he must be devastated. And he's always had near perfect rallies, as much as sometimes he doesn't get to get on the podium. But he's had a couple of podiums this season. It must be a heart crusher when you really put everything into it. And for the last 2 seasons, Jassi has put everything 101% to be where he is right now. And that just counts to show you what happened to him last season to be able to capture those 2 titles. So you're midway through a season, 6 rounds down the season, and you're seeing your title sort of slip away from your hands. That must be crushing. And then add on to that mechanical problems at a very crucial time when you're trying to consolidate your points in the national championship. You don't need that. You don't want that. So I guess, again, the famous gremlins showed up and they're doing their best to bring everybody down. But then again, that's rallying for you in Kenya.
Yeah, and also speaking to Tapio just a little bit earlier as well, I said he was lucky in the Nanyuki rally, car giving him gremlins, literally just heading into the final spectator stage there. It looks like luck deserted him in this rally, happening a bit earlier, problems with the rear diff, but for him, he's very, very lucky that the issues happened with Jassi as well.
Exactly, but I don't think it's really about luck for Tapio. He's really proved that he's a top driver. He's got so much experience that I think it's what he's using right now to come and fight with our boys here, who still, I believe, they're really wondering what he needs to do. He doesn't have, his car is not all that. I mean, like the Proto or the Ford Fiesta, but then again, he's using what he has with the kind of experience that he has. But then again, he knows what to do at the right time. As much as right now we are counting down towards the end of this particular rally, there's still some time for him to catch up. And I guess either a puncture or something terrible happens to Manveer, Tapio has this in his hands. But then again, 4 points in the national championship. He's got some cushion to work with. 7 seconds in this particular rally. He's got some catching up to do. But with that kind of experience, I think it's possible anything could happen. I don't know what's happening on the road right now, but I know they're really battling it out and sweating it out in this heat, which also plays a role in how comfortable you are in competing in a tough rally as the National Rally Championship. Tapio, anything can happen. That's what I think. If it's luck, I don't know, but I think he knows how to work with his luck.
Carl Flash Tundo, once again, we saw the gremlins he had in Nanyuki, but today anything that could go wrong, even the car boot opening as well. I understand he lost the rear window as well of that, dust coming into the car as well. All kinds of issues happening at the moment. We were expecting the car to be more reliable than the Proton, but at the moment it's also taking him time to settle with that, what we'd call an experiment.
An experiment in the 6th round of a National Rally Championship, that's a no-no. An experiment at the beginning of a championship, we could have some time to actually catch up if anything goes wrong. So I guess it's a gamble that Carl Tundo has taken. Maybe it's a gamble that he had to do. He hadn't done 2 ways to go about it. But then again, he's a very daring driver. He's very brave when it comes to trying out new cars. And I think he's one of the drivers who've changed cars several times in the last 3-4 seasons. He's not really settled in a car that I think he could use for 2 or 3 seasons. And again, I think what is on his side is more or less just to find a way he can settle with one car, because he still has so much in him in terms of coming back on the podium of a national title. He has so much in him. I think he's still young enough to say, you know what, I have got some time in rallying to achieve more greatness in this championship. So he just needs to get the right car. settled with it. One thing that has worked for him is that he's had the same navigator, Team Jessop, for quite a long time. That partnership, I think, is one of the best partnerships we have in the national championship between a quad driver and a rally driver, which is working perfectly for them. So that works. So just get a good car and settle down with it.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. You talk about bad luck. Let's talk about Ian Duncan. And dear, oh dear, oh dear. Anything that goes wrong goes wrong. We saw him have a puncture towards the beginning of the Nanyuki rally. That really set him back. Of course, he had no chance of coming back because nowadays it's separated by seconds, literally, not minutes like before. And then to have a blown turbo, of all things, this morning. Horrible luck for him, eh?
Of course it is. It's a tough one because, again, it has happened at the beginning of the rally, and he considered the option of changing the turbo, but that meant he'd need to waste about 2 hours to change that turbo and actually get back on the rally. And I think the option was just quite clear. Let's just leave it and go. And again, it was a technical issue which, for a driver's experience as Ian Duncan, I mean, I'm sure he's gone through even worse situations than this. But what I like about him is that he's got that go-get factor with him. He never tires to come back and continue with the challenge. He's not a young fellow, by the way. He's still got this. I like calling him the old man who has refused to get. The young man was refused to get old because he's done everything. He's accumulated all the titles that you can imagine, both in motocross, autocross, you name it, any off-road event that he has taken part in. He has it all. So for him, I think also it's just one of those days you say, I had a bad day in the office, so it's okay. We can try out the next time when we get out.
All right, so looking at what's happened today, we haven't spoken about one person. He seems to have just kind of like sort of cruised through a little bit today. Luck been on his side, but he hasn't really challenged right up there. Baldev Chaga.
Yes, Baldi, either there's something missing. I don't know what it is, because this is not your usual Baldi. He's a very fast driver. He's got the experience. He didn't start rallying yesterday. I mean, he's got history, especially here in Eldoret, where he one of the drivers who started off from the junior rallies all the way to the rank of where he is right now. And I really can't make what exactly might be the challenge. He's got everything. He's got a fantastic sponsorship. He's got a fantastic car. He's got a good navigator, that is Ravi Soni, and they've had a very good partnership so far with him. And I think it's a wait and see. Let's see what he can do with the season. But I don't think he's thinking so much about the podium right now. It's just about getting on with it, complete a rally, bring back the car safely if he can, and let's move on to the next season. But I definitely wish him all the best. And again, like Carl Tundo, they relate very well in terms of the kind of experience they have. So I feel he's still got more to give. He has more to show and more to give.
All right, just looking, you can see behind us the huge cloud of dust, and of course this is to be expected. It is Rajbir Rai, the man who was doing the road sweeping duties today. He's out on the course, and for him, Eddie, when you're doing road sweeping duties, it's always going to be difficult for you to challenge for the lead.
It is. I mean, also depends on what kind of a driver you are. Being at the lead is always a challenge for you. But again, you have to look at the elements that he's working with right now. It's very dusty right now. The routes are very dry. So he's got some leeway to work with that. You can imagine on a muddy, rainy rally where you're a leader and you're just digging through, and you tend to cause problems for anybody who's behind you. But then again, you have everybody who's behind you trying to catch up with you. On the road, you're leading, but again, on paper, that also is a different story. But yeah, he's got a tough challenge for himself to do and to work with.
All right, so somewhere in that cloud of dust is the Ford Fiesta of Rajbir Rai. This is just wonderful, just looking at this long straights. Remember, in Voigt was literally a parking lot. They couldn't do much in the spectator stage, but this really is value for money. Long straights, beautiful corners, and just right really for this Ford Fiesta. Disappointing, I think, the last three rallies, it all started after the Safari rally. Huge bad luck for this guy, Rajbir Rai, the son of the legendary Sabi Rai. Sabi Rai, of course, a legend here in Eldoret this side.
Indeed, of course, he is one of the names that are still holding up the family legacy. We've got the Rai, which it's a name which is synonymous with the sport here. So definitely, it's a legacy that comes with its own baggage, because you have to sort of make up to either perform as good as your predecessor or anybody who was just behind you. But then again, rallying has that culture where families come together, come and actually support each other, and that's one of the biggest aspects I like about rallying, that family factor into it.
Beautiful scenes, as we can see. Long straights, really put the foot down on the pedal. He's put the brakes on here, shifts down the gears as he goes round these corners. So this is the live coverage of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally, and we're in the final section. Of course, the results will be known imminently. We can see out here that looks like Baldev Chaga who's just approaching the end of his stint, and that's the end of his rally. But out on the course, if I'm not wrong, and I can see it, is this the man who is going to win the rally? Just looking to confirm, and it looks like him. It is Manveer Barian, who needs a good run in this to confirm victory in the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally, the very distinctive colors of multiple racing team. One of the two Ford Fiestas in the rally, the R5s. The other one belonging to Rajbir Rai, who was out first on the course. He's been doing the road sweeping duties today. And of course, the other Ford Fiesta you saw just a few minutes ago, coming out, was Carl Flash Tundo of the Top Fry Rally team. His is a Ford Fiesta with an Evolution 10 engine in it. It is in the SPV class, the Special Performance Vehicles class. And here he is just going past, and that's actually Onka Rai, who has just finished. Onka Rai, of course, the leader of the Cabras Rally team. The CEO of the Menengai Group, who not only sponsor rallying, very big into rugby as well. As you heard him talking, congratulations to him. Homeboys rugby team winning the National 7th Circuit. So obviously, Menengai Group, it's not just about sport for them as well. They do think about the community as well, giving jobs, scholarships, and all kinds of incentives for the players and also their families as well. So we've also seen it's not just the Cabras Rally team. There's the Top Fry with Carl Flash Tindo, and also Menengai Cream as well, sponsoring a number of drivers, including in the two-wheel drive category. So he needs a big run in this, the final section, the spectator stage out here. Manveer Barian, of course, it's his team as well that employs Tapio Laukkanen, who's fighting for the championship. Here he is, right next to us. Long straights here. Perfect for the drivers and also perfect for the spectators. They get to see the cars for quite a long time, for a relatively long time for a spectator stage. And out on the course, he had a horrible last section. So it's been an incredible rally. We saw what happened with Ian Duncan in the first section, blown turbo. Then we've seen misfortunes befall various drivers, including Jassi Chate, Carl Flash Tundo, all sorts of problems for the drivers. But in the end, we had the two teammates. Well, we got one right here. And in fact, the most important, the winner of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. Congratulations, Tapio Laukkanen. 4 wins this season. How does it feel?
It feels very good. We had some problems today, and after having any kind of problems, then you're always happy to get the good result at the end.
This has huge implications. We've seen the misfortunes of Jassi Chate. I'm sure you must be a little bit relieved knowing that the points difference is a little bit more now in the championship. Huh?
Yes, of course, it's always a little bit relieving, but I mean it's not over yet. We still have 2 rounds to go, so everything can happen. That's for sure.
Tell us what happened today. You did have a problem with the rear of the car.
Yeah, I got the puncture on stage 3, and then after that, I think actually at the same time we made a bit of a crack to our rear axle, and that was giving me a bit of a grey hair. I wasn't sure if it's going to last or not. So, but then in the service we managed to fix it, and luckily we are here in this position.
And we've seen all the other misfortunes before the drivers. This route, it was tricky, huh?
It was tricky, and of course some rocky sections as well. So I mean, all these rounds are difficult, that's for sure. But this was mainly quite a challenging stages, but I really enjoyed myself.
Okay, I guess you go back to Finland and then you're coming back again. But the big news we've heard today is that you will be continuing next season with the MRT.
Well, it looks like it. So I heard about it myself just a little while ago. So that's a good news, obviously, and we have to see what the next season brings if we carry on.
I guess one of the big stories is your car. You are a Subaru fan, it appears. You'll be continuing, if you do come back next season, with the Subaru?
We haven't done any decisions. There is so many possibilities. Obviously, Subaru is the one, or Mitsubishi, or Ford, or whatever. I mean, we have to sit down end of the season and make a decision what to do.
From a personal point of view, what's the ideal car for you?
It doesn't really matter. The whole rallying is always good fun. It doesn't matter which car you are driving. But we have been happy with the performance of the Subaru. But also what we have seen, these R5s are also quick cars, and it's just a question of some more training for Manfred, and he's gonna probably beat me.
Yeah, I'm sure you must be really pleased. Of course, you're a big force and a mentor for him. You must be really pleased with his performance today.
Oh, he did brilliant work. Also, his stage stunts were very consistent, and I'm very proud of him.
And from your point of view, when we've seen the technology of the cars now, a lot of people going to the R4s here. We've seen Flash Tundo with his experiment, the Proto. Your thoughts on Flash's car?
I think that Proto is... just like the name says, it's still a proto. There is some works to do before it's suitable for these conditions. But after that, it's probably one of the main cars as well.
Okay, and then of course the big news coming out about the timing system. It will be here next week. Your thoughts?
It's good if we can get everything working like it should do. So it's a brilliant news for Kenyan rallying, and it's one step closer to a very professional organization.
Tapio Laukkanen, I'm sure you love this. The 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally champion. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you.
See you around.
Okay, we'll see you.
stand by. To stand by.
hapa nakula, hata lisha. Hapa nakula kwa ile.
Wachana mtu wetu wa muziki.
Mwingine.
Huyu wa hapa. Asharudi kweli?
Bado. Chana huyo.
Kuna mic kona hapo. Mbona sijakiongea kutoka
Willy? Sioni gari ingine kwa starting point, so I think hii ndio ya mwisho nitaifuata tu. Really? Unless sasa ukuje ukimbie. Yeah. Ah, Willy? Willy? Willy. Hebu nichekie simu yangu hapo hivyo nilikuwa nakulia. Hapo tu kando ya nini nimeiacha hapo. Kando ya TriCaster. Kando ya TriCaster unichekie simu yangu. I think nimeisahau hapo. Sioni ingine. Umeipata Willy? Unichekie simu yangu. I think nimeiacha hapo hivyo nilikuwa nakulia kando ya
right, okay, just testing. How's the levels? You guys need to, yeah, so you need to, okay, can somebody confirm inside with Wilson? Just hold on. Yeah, we're good to go. All right, so welcome back to Liquid Telecom's coverage of the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. Just to confirm once again, the drivers seem to have confirmed it. It is a MRT 1 and 2. It is Tapio Laukkonen, win number 4, and his teammate in second place, Manvir Barry, and that's his best ever finish in the Ford Fiesta R5. Let's talk to these two girls. They finished yet another rally. From the Hi Rally team, of course, Hi, the internet and office solutions for Liquid Telecom. It is Natasha Tundo and Chantal Young. Natasha, first of all, gather you enjoyed the route today.
Yeah, it was a really fun rally. The roads were really open and fast, and it was just really good fun.
It was quite tricky on a lot of competitors. We saw a lot of people have problems out today. How did you handle particularly the rocks and the tree stumps out there?
I think it was just a question of getting our notes right, which we seem to do. And yeah, just keeping it steady on the road, which the only thing that went wrong was our diff. We lost our rear diff. So that kind of slowed us down in the second half of the rally, but we made it home, so that's the most important thing.
All right, just looking roughly at the calculations that you were making, it looks like you could have finished around 20th. Considering that you had this horrible starting position of 27th, Chantal, I guess you have to be pleased, huh?
Yeah, you know, the main thing is getting a finish, which is awesome, and then to get a 20th with also the problems that we had as well, I think is a good result.
We spoke earlier about preparations. It really is key that recce is so important to get it right, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, you know, there's stumps and stuff there that's hidden, and you've got to get that note right to make sure that you miss that stump.
How difficult was it out there compared to recent rallies, for example, the Nanyuki rally?
It was actually quite tough. It was technical more than anything. So compared to the Nanyuki rally as well, it was technical and also fast. So you just had to be on the nose all the time.
Tash, I know you were not too happy with the starting position, starting off 27th. Just tell us the complications that comes with.
I think it just puts you at a disadvantage before you even start. But yeah, hopefully next year when the seeding is redone, we'll move up a bit. We didn't sit in anyone's dust today except for one. But other than that, we had a problem anyway, so it was okay.
And if we just look behind, beautiful. This one has to be one of the best spectator stages because we've seen long straights, you know, some nice corners as well. It was perfect for the spectators. How was it for the drivers?
I loved it. I thought it was so much fun. And yeah, the way it's set up and everyone can watch, yeah, it was brilliant and beautiful.
How was it for you?
It was fun. It's so much fun. It's just like every corner just was awesome. I enjoyed it lots.
Just going on to Division 3, you were leading coming into this rally. I guess it's try to consolidate that and then to move on to Division 2, huh?
Yeah, I think we got the win again today. So, yeah, we've pretty much done it, I think. But we'll confirm, yeah, we've still got 2 rallies to go. But yeah, if we finish both of those, yeah, we're definitely in.
Just looking the next rally, it is I think it's in Nakuru. Do you know much about it at all?
Yeah, it's not in Nakuru. I know it's being held on the 5th of November, but it's definitely not in Nakuru. I think it's Machakos area actually.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess because it was supposed to be Nakuru, but with the date taken up by the Safari Rally, you've got this classic coming up. Are you involved at all personally with the classic?
Well, I was going to enter, and I still might enter. We'll see. But yeah, otherwise I'll just be organising it with my family.
All right. I guess looking forward to the final 2 events of the season. summing up the season so far, it's been good. The main thing is getting finishes.
Correct. Yeah. Getting to the end of each rally is awesome, and then of course with the help of High and Liquid Telecom, they're helping us get to the end even better.
Finally, Tash, in between rallies, just for the lay person, can you just tell us what happens? Obviously, your crew, your mechanics and all are very busy. Tell us what they do in terms of stripping the car, etc., etc.
So they strip it completely down. They drop the engine, drop the gearbox, and go through every part. Like this time, we're going to have to do new rear diff, which is a big job. And then putting it back together. Then we go testing, so that the mechanics don't really get a break. We get a break, but they don't.
All right, thanks once again from High, the rally chicks, Natasha Tundo and Chantal Young. Congratulations and the best of luck for the next rally.
Thank you, and we'd just like to say thanks to High, our sponsors.
Yeah, thank you very much, High, and of course everybody who's involved in the rally.
All right, so just to confirm once again that it is Tapio Laukkanen who's won the rally, Manvia Barrian in second place. Congratulations once again to the ladies from High. And that wraps up our coverage for the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. It's been a fascinating rally. Just to recap what's happened, of course, the Liquid Telecom sponsored driver Ian Duncan went out in the first stage, this time with a blown turbo. Luck seems to have deserted him in recent rallies. You remember in Nanyuki, he had a puncture in the first section, and that really put him back. So let's hope that luck returns for the next rally, which we're hearing could be in Machakos. The other big stories as well, just to confirm, and you saw it here first, it was confirmed that Tapio Laukkanen will definitely be back next year. He will be a teammate of Manvia Barrian. And most importantly, last but the most important information, it has been confirmed. You've heard it here courtesy of Liquid Telecom, who are bringing in the timing equipment. It will be here Tuesday or Wednesday, and from there the testing and the rest of it happens before we use it full time in 2017. But we do hope that you've enjoyed the coverage for the 2016 KCB Eldoret Rally. It's been my absolute pleasure. And as I leave you, we'll just pan out and have a look at what is such a beautiful section. We'll see you at the next rally. Remember, 2 events left, and it's Tapio Laukkanen with a healthy lead over Jassi Chate. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and of course, we'll see you in the next rally. Ta-ta!